presence of Veera ma'am, who was amongst us yesterday as well. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being with us. If I may introduce you, ma'am, to the committee so that even the delegates are aware of your achievements. Uh, Veera ma'am is an expert in student newspaper with over 14 years of experience in student edition of India's leading newspaper, The Times of India, where she was instrumental in the launch of India's first customized student edition of The Times of India, awarded as the world's best newspaper by the World Association of Newspaper in 2004, and with over 15 years of experience as the founding managing editor of the Global Times, a weekly 12-page broadsheet school newspaper of the Amity Education Group. I hope all of us are aware of that. We all read it as well. Veera ma'am has been in the field of newspaper and education for over 29 years. Uh, an MPhil in education from Jawaharlal University, she has evolved this newspaper as an important education tool that aims to empower the youth with information and activities within the school framework. To achieve this objective, she has been conducting several programs, including the Youth Power, that sensitizes the youth to different social issues, as well as making of a newspaper contests where the students are trained into different nuances of journalism. We thank you, ma'am, for being amongst us today as well. And I hope with your wise words of wisdom and your humor as well, ma'am, you can all enlighten us with your words.
Oh my God. Thank you so much, Aditya. I don't know how much humor. I thought it's an e-AIMUN. So let's be more serious about e-AIMUN. But yes,
Yes, ma'am.
so much. Thank you so much, everyone. And a very good morning to all of you. Welcome to the second day of this e-AIMUN debate. And I must congratulate all of you for the thing that this is the first time that Press Corps Committee has been introduced by our chairperson, ma'am, and you are the first batch delegate to take this forward. So the next batches will always remember that you were the leaders in this field. The debate you set forward in this committee will maybe carried on in the next committee is a different topic, but this is the first time this committee has been introduced. So congratulations to everyone. Yes, anybody said something? Okay. Yesterday, you had a very wise and a very experienced journalist, Rishi Iyengar, and I'm sure you must have got to learn a lot from him, because I really like the concept that he said that AI has unleashed the hype and fear pendulum, and we are all moving with it. Where it's going to stop, nobody knows. But yes, companies and government and the media all are working hand in gloves to find a solution to it. And the debate still continues. You all have debated very well yesterday. So today, I've been invited to speak on the Global Times. A lot of you know what is Global Times. A lot of you may not know how this newspaper began. For many who are from school outside Amity, you are not aware. So I will be briefing you about the Global Times, how it came into being, what it is, and what's the future of the Global Times. I have a copy of this Global Times. For those who haven't seen, I don't know whether you can see it or not. Can you see it? No,
Somewhat, ma'am.
I think because of this backdrop.
Yes.
Now you can
Yes,
see
we can
it,
see
right?
it now.
A race to victory. This is our Global Times, and this is a newspaper which is taken out by the Amity students. So I'll be speaking about this newspaper. This is the Global Times is a visionary initiative of our chairperson, Dr. Mrs. Amita Chauhan, and it is the only registered student newspaper registered with the RNI, which is in India, that is completely written by the children, for the children, and of the children. So as the founder editor of this newspaper, I always find it truly inspiring to narrate the story of how the idea to start this newspaper clicked with Chairperson Ma'am. A story she has also shared with the GT readers. Those days I was working as the editor of Times of India student newspaper. Times of India comes up with the student newspaper. I worked there for 15 years. And we had invited Chairperson Ma'am as the guest editor for a special edition that was designed by the students of the Amity group of schools. She had come to the Times of India building and she sat through the entire making of the edition. Small nitty-gritty things, and she was very impressed with her sharp visionary skills and futuristic thinking. That day, she decided to have her own newspaper for the school children. And just a minute, children.
Welcome, Jyoti ma'am, to the meeting.
Thank you so much. A very,
Like,
very warm welcome to our guest speaker, Veera Sharma ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am,
Thank you, Jyoti
for
ma'am. Thank you,
taking
Jyoti
out
ma'am.
time for our students. Thank you so much. Most welcome, ma'am.
And when ma'am started this newspaper, as I said, she was impressed and she said, we want to have our own newspaper. Ma'am, whenever she sees something good, something where children can learn and something where they can grow with it, she wants to have it for her students. And that is how the Global Times was born in the year 2007. And she started this newspaper. Today, it's 16 years old and it has seen a lot of changes through its journey. Though it was not always like that, time to time we keep making changes, permutations, combinations, columns, all keeping in trends with the time, always reinventing, and it has evolved over a period of time and become very popular with the students. When we started this newspaper in 2007, it was it was a weekly newspaper, sorry, a monthly newspaper. So we continued this till around 2009. 2009, many more students started writing. So we went monthly, bi-monthly with the newspaper, fortnightly, that is. And then in April 2011, we went weekly. You never know, we may go daily also. But I will only say as of now, we are a weekly newspaper. A weekly newspaper with a circulation of 40,000 copies within Amity Group of institutions, and it is caters to children from nursery to the university. Wait a minute. All right. At that point, now when I was asked to speak about the future of Global Times, I can only say that what our chairperson ma'am had said during the GT Awards in August this year. I'll quote her what she said. GT has now become a potent journalistic force capable of driving significant change, worthy of being put on newsstands. What began as an initiative to promote students' writing and communication skills has now emerged as a platform to nurture talented authors, conscientious global citizens, social activists, and much more. Even students who have ventured into diverse fields credit GT for boosting their self-confidence and shaping their personality. And it is these words that open a plethora of avenues that GT can explore in the coming future. Speaking more about the newspaper, I have to tell you, many people tell me that why does the newspaper not have this, does not have that. Let me tell you, every newspaper has got a niche audience. When you read Delhi Times, it has got a niche audience where people look for to pick up Delhi Times who are interested in what's happening in Delhi, Bollywood, entertainment. People pick up Education Times who are interested in, education, admission related news. Pick up Ascent who are interested in jobs and vacancies. Pick up the Times of India if they are interested in, the day to day, the current national and international news. And so is GT. This newspaper caters to Amity Group of schools from nursery to KG, and it brings to them a variety of things. The objective of the newspaper is varied. It aims to empower the youth, voicing their concerns, showcasing their talents, and sharing their worldview. It provides relevant connections to curriculum and the world community, thus extending students' understanding and literacy beyond the classroom. Each of the 12 pages of this newspaper has been designed in such a way that there is something for every age group to write about. There are different themes to cover and ensure all styles of writing. For the young ones, we have coloring fun, jokes, poems, short stories, DD travels. Bessie, let me tell you that when I asked the seniors, they also love this page. And it is the most popular page amongst the seniors too. So the pages titled as World News will give you the world news. Gyan Vigyan talks about science. Backpackers is variety, relationship pages, the trend pages, the musings, which are perspectives. You have a learning curve, which are educational, school lounge that talks about everything that's happening in and around Amity and Amity schools. So there's a variety to read from every field in this newspaper. Like every program, just like your MUN, the Global Times also has got certain objectives. The prime objective, the chairperson ma'am puts it, is to build a pool of conscientious journalists. To give students a close brush with journalism, prime them with the nuances of the field, especially for those who wish to pursue a career in journalism. Just like your MUN, very similar. Those who want to pursue a career in diplomacy would like to join here. Then to enhance the creativity and writing skills by providing students with a platform to showcase their talent, the writing, the sketching, the photography. Again, like your MUN, where you learn the skills of deliberations, debate, and debating. Then to inform the students and educate them about diverse fields, educational practices, career trends, science, technology, story writing, sports, everything. Again, as your MUN, very similar to your MUN, where you are learning about different national and international issues that needs to be resolved and discussed. You're enhancing your knowledge here. And just as Chairperson Ma'am said, that MUN also helps to build your resume. This platform also helps to update your resumes for admissions by giving students the opportunity to earn extracurricular credits required for college admissions and foreign admissions. Let me tell you, a lot of universities have this writing quota, so that's where they get it. And now this is what, it's the objective. Let me also now give you a little brief about the highlights of the GT. There are a lot of things that we have done in GT, and it has also been recognized in several fronts. One of the very interesting experience I want to share, children, with all of you is when Smriti Irani had taken over as the HRD minister. When she had taken over as the HRD minister, a lot of people were waiting outside her office to give them her first interview. And so were our two student reporters standing there. And you won't believe it, she called those two students, they were class 5 of Noida, and she gave her first interview to them. We were the first student newspaper where an HRD minister gives her interview to the student reporters while the mainstream media waits outside. So that is the power of our newspaper. We are still young and we are still moving. The GT reporters, have been constantly provided with opportunities to visit and report on different events and activities within the school and outside. And alongside, they have also attended press conferences, and a lot of people have given them interviews. And in this regard, the students have had an opportunity to interact even with our former Prime Minister, President Abdul Kalam, late Pandit Birju Maharaj, Nobel laureate Pachori and Dr. Werner. They had even interviewed Metroman Sridharan, Santosh Yadav, a woman who climbed Mount Everest twice, Indra Nooyi, a corporate leader, actor like Ajay Devgan. So our students are very lucky because of this platform given by our chairperson. They have been lucky to interact, and these people have also given them an audience. In fact, in the coming edition of the Global Times, we are doing a reprint of Mr. M.S. Swaminathan. He's no longer with us. And I remember I had just joined Global Times that time. This interview happened in 2009. And we were looking for people to write. So I wrote to Mr. M.S. Swaminathan, who's no longer with us. He was known as the father of Green Revolution. In fact, he passed away 15 days ago. And when I had written to M.S. Swaminathan back then, he was so excited that there's a student newspaper. He said, these kind of newspapers are the need of the hour. And he immediately invited me and gave me that interview. So people, we are the youth. And a lot of people want to interact with the youth because this is a platform where you can reach out to so many children. Also, our student, there are a lot of platforms also now that have come up with only caters to student newspaper, international platforms, and our students have been taking part in these national platforms and winning awards too. There's a global teenage reporting project where teenagers across the world send the stories, and the best stories are selected and put up on the websites. So for students, there are a lot of platforms. In India, unfortunately, there are not so many platforms for students, but very, very fortunately, because of our chairperson, Amitians have this platform. So our student reporters have made a global impact by winning several competitions for student reporters. In what can be termed as a shining example was one of the stories that was won a silver award for the Climate Champion Profile Challenge, where almost 40 countries participated, and two of our students, they profiled, did a story on two people who had done good work relating to climate change and what impact they had made and what difference they had made, and their story was recognized worldwide and awarded. But besides writing, newspaper is also meant to be a vanguard for society. So Global Times is also that. We, under the banner of the Global Times and under the guidance of our chairperson, organize many activities. I will, on this platform, share two of them. One is Create Your Own Newspaper contest, where all the schools get an opportunity. This is a unique program which is designed to provide every school with an opportunity to churn out a newspaper of their own from the stage of conceptualization to the entire production. This competition, tailor-made for the students, and the edit meet of each issue takes place months in advance with endless brainstorming sessions. The students then work hard, ideating, observing, and reporting, and even doing the illustrations, photography, collages, comic strips, and graphics. From finalizing the designs and layouts, editing, the last moment changes, and the bloopers, everything makes the ride memorable. Bursting with ideas, fresh and bold, each school visits the GT newsroom to churn out the newspaper on the spot every month. The competition, judged by experts from the media industry, concludes with GT Awards. And it is this training that the children have been given, this ideating and planning and everything, which gives them into the peep into the world of journalism. And the e-AIMUN Times that you see is the result of this. They're able to take it out in one day. That creative edition that you must have got yesterday and you must have got today on your mails. And the second is Nurturing Ethical Leaders. That's the Youth Power Program. The Youth Power Program is another important program launched by the newspaper to nurture social sensibility and ethical leadership qualities among students. Spread over a year, the Youth Power aims to sensitize the youth to the social milieu through their intensive rounds, which includes introspection exercises, group discussions, experiential learnings, seminars, etc. And through this newspaper, we touch upon different social issues in and around and educate our audience also about it. So this was in brief about the whole journey of Global Times, but the best never rest. So we are always evolving, always changing. And this newspaper is your newspaper. So I always, every meeting I go, I ask the children for what they want. So it's not my newspaper, it's your newspaper. It makes you think. I was wondering, because of the training, we were able to take out this e-AIMUN Times. I wonder if I had to take out e-AIMUN Times with the help of an AI, whether I would have been able to do it or not. So that's about the Global Times. I was asked to share this journey, so that I shared with you. And since the topic of today is about the AI in the future of journalism, I will just a minute. I will speak about the future of journalism from my perspective as an editor of a student newspaper. Well, I'm quite elated to share my own experience with AI to begin with. Being in the field of journalism since the past 30 years and more than 15 of those at Amity, I have had the opportunity to read some of the best articles by best of the young writers in the world, from soulful poetry to lilting musings and humorously simplified science concepts, I have witnessed the pinnacles of creativity exuding from the hearts of school children as expressions on paper. And each time I read them, I can feel the persona of the student who has written the piece. I can sense the sentiments on papers. What's more, I can practically read the writer's mind through these expressions because I'm a journalist and a teacher at heart. A lot of times, when you read the stories in the Global Times, you know what the child is going through, and you can't let the teacher in you out from your heart while you're editing the articles. Recently, however, it has changed a bit, especially after the advent of ChatGPT and Bard. I have now started seeing articles which are an absolute wow to read at the first go. Perfect to the hilt, no grammatical error, seamless flow, articulate vocabulary, absolutely perfect. Ideally, I should be happy, shouldn't I be? And that's when I know that it is not human creativity, but artificial intelligence at work. These articles lack what their earlier ones had a deluge of: the emotions, the feelings, the warmth, the passion, the sentiments, the vehemence, power of thoughts. I'm not saying that children who wrote before AI came into play were flawed in their writings. No, rather, I have seen some of the best young writers whose flawlessness in grammar and articulation could put any AI generated article to shame. But what made them different was emotions, the reflective thinking and prudence of ideas, all of which are conspicuous by their absence in AI generated articles. I think this makes my point clear to a large extent that while AI is the reality of our lives today and makes it easier to, it simply cannot replace what a human mind can achieve, because best things in life are never simple to achieve. They require persistence and hard work. So when you're talking about future of AI in journalism, then let me say one can become a writer or an artist or a journalist with AI, but one cannot become a good writer, an expressive artist, or an impactful journalist with AI. Of course, there are benefits with AI in the field of journalism. Novel strategies for content creation and communication have come up. With the power of AI in journalism, professional journalists can specifically focus on writing in-depth articles and content creation. AI saves journalists valuable time by transcribing audio and video files of interviews. Journalists can then focus on the key insights from interview rather than spending time transcribing the files. Having said that, I reiterate that one has to tread with caution when it comes to AI. Instant writing is easy and cheap to produce, but genuine sentiments about society and nation are difficult to emulate with machines which are wired to copy and learn human behavior. I remember Rishi telling yesterday that whatever they write, they're discussed because they are covering a very volatile news about the war, and every word that they use has to be discussed and approved because it may create a further furore. So simply copying from AI won't help here. You have to be very careful for what you're copying from AI. They can learn how humans think, but they cannot earn the experience which make human more wise or thoughtful. One may feel tempted here to quote the Terminator movie where the cybernetic android emotes and cries, even though it was a machine. But no matter how close we are to having those intelligent robots in reality, ethics and morals are not learned on neural networks. They are imbibed with experience. The purpose of journalism or any writing is to reflect the issue in a way that leads to constructive solutions and improvement of life, society, nation, and the world. This is something which has been the mantra for our chairperson. Journalism is the fourth pillar of democracy, and the responsibility it accrues by the virtue of that is something that cannot be perceived completely by artificial intelligence. We need real people to regulate that function of journalism. Journalism and creativity is not about how smart you are, but it's about how wise and ethical you are. Someone has rightly said that journalism allows readers to witness history, while fiction gives them the opportunity to live it. At the Global Times, We embody this saying, our stories and articles are fictional, but our issues are real. Here, your issues, in Emun, I can say your issues are real, but the situation may be fictional, but the debate is real. In all these years of reading the Global Times, you all must have noticed how we try to put things in perspective through myriad stories ranging from fun to horror, some dreamy, some pragmatic, but all of them emanate concerns of human mind towards problems they see in the world around. Artificial intelligence, as the name itself suggests, is artificial, and no matter how much it learns to emulate the human neural network, it will seldom have the creativity and sensitivity required for writing or journalism. Reason is that these traits are not necessarily innate, but acquired by virtue of one's experiences of life. An author or a journalist pen down the feeling on paper, even while bringing out the facts for people. While AI can learn to collate relevant facts from multiple sources, putting them correctly and sensitively in a context and in public interest is something that only human wisdom can do. This prudence to distinguish good from bad, to act responsibly, is a virtue which humans acquire through value education and exposure in life, and we are yet to see if machines can acquire values too along with education. At last but not the least, let's remember that technology is a useful servant but a dangerous master, and 21st century advancement also depends upon human ability to embrace change and uncertainty. When internet arrived, print media was written off. When OTT arrived, satellite TV was written off. And yet we all are seeing all of them coexisting together. So journalism is here to stay on the back of AI, with AI as its servant, or I should say facilitator, rather than master, because the purpose of journalism in progressive social change and public service. And for that, we need real intelligent minds and thinking hearts. And the very purpose of Global Times, as I mentioned yesterday also while Rishi was there, that when we are doing Global Times, AI is a definite no-no, because here we are building those human minds to think who are going to be feeding and developing the AI later. So that was a brief introduction about Global Times and my perspective as a editor for the Global Times and my experience with the students. While doing your studying for AI for your talk, in the coming issue of the Global Times, I wanted to, everything is written, but there's a very hard fact written. The debate is so ongoing, difficult to understand. So in the coming issue, Monday issue of the Global Times, if you see, we have presented what is AI and the future of, your friend in need kind of a thing. You are lucky that I can show you a preview. I don't know whether you can see this. This is on my mobile. Just a preview of the page where there is there's this journalist who feels that now AI has come and suddenly she feels her job is going to be taken away, and she goes off to sleep very troubled. So we thought how to do the story. So this is how we have done it. And she has in the dream this AI coming and saying, "What troubles you, my friend?" And then she says, "Friend, you are my worst enemy right now. We already consume so much content-based AI." So there's a talk between both of them, and that's how they explain. So when we try to bring a story, that's a human mind. You think creatively, you think differently. This story you will not find it in AI. You may get some facts and figures, but how to present it creatively, how to present it interestingly, and how to present it for the audience is something that you learn at this stage. So that's what I had to share. Your debates are very interesting. I can open if anybody wants to ask anything.
Delegates, we are open to questions. Please raise your hands. And please turn on your cameras as well. Delegate of Bloomberg, you may ask your question.
Yes, ma'am. Greetings, ma'am. So we all know how, and we can see how technology is evolving day by day. So what would be your thoughts when AI would reach a point where it would be able to show emotions, feeling, and what we call human-like touch?
So, as I said, everything has replaced everything else. OTT has replaced satellite TV, but still we coexist. Huh? Other challenges will come in. People said that when computers will come, teachers will go redundant. Huh? It's too early to say at this stage, huh? But teachers will go redundant, but did they know? We have not been able to teach computers those emotions. Huh? If AI comes, then there'll be another kind of a teaching. Maybe the AI will teach you emotions and you will learn something else. So it's too early to say. The debate is still going on, huh? But one cannot replace another. If something comes, change is constant. So maybe we'll coexist. People said that when newspapers, e-newspapers come, print will die, but it is not. Print also coexists. Huh? So each has got its own advantages and disadvantages. Huh? One has to learn from one another. Everything has got its own strength and weaknesses. One has to draw from the strengths and build upon the weaknesses.
Thank you, ma'am. Delegates, do we have any other questions?
Aditya, if you may allow, I would like to ask a question to Veera ma'am.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, ma'am, today the GT covers all the topics from international developments to inter-school events, and it has a diversified style of writing with humor and pieces for all kinds of audiences. But how was it in the beginning days? How was this style of writing? How did GT grow over the years? What kind of developments were made in it? What was added to GT, perhaps?
See, when we started, we almost had the same things, but we did not have so many varieties. We would have a top story, an interview. There were just 6 or 7 schools that were contributing. So then we try to make a model like this so that more and more students get to take part in it. Like we started this, since they're limited page, all the children want to take part in it. They want to have their name featured in the newspaper. They want to see the bylines. So I remember one of the students said, can we have something where everybody can write? And we came up with a column called prompt box. You all are familiar with it. That is one page where we give a prompt every issue, and school students from all across the schools write their opinion on that. And these prompts may be political, social, for all age group. It could be, what are your views on the Israel war, or it could be, how are you going to celebrate your Diwali? So since we have a wide audience to cover, we try to give every age group a writing. So that was one challenge, to give everybody. Then another challenge was to stay abreast with the latest trends and happenings. So we started doing the trend things. For that, but we also did not want to lose on the information. So if you see our stories, now they are a perfect blend of information as well as creativity. So that children also learn the research. Our newspaper, we wanted to build it where the mainstream newspaper stops. They have spoken about, the Israel war. And or this very interesting was when the cheetahs had arrived in India. There was a lot of news about it. So we also wanted to give a story about this thing. Now people have already reported about it. How do we present it? So we did a story about the cheetah writing his own history, his own story. So in that story, we also weaved in all the facts, how he came from Nigeria, and how he went there, and how is he feeling, and how he's honored. So with creativity, information is also kept intact. So we try to build it, the latest news in a creative style. It's very easy to just give a fact, but that's already there in the internet. When you're debating today, and if you just read out what somebody has said, then that everybody can read out. The whole idea is to build on that debate. You have to give your views on that particular, somebody has said something, you give your views on that. So here it's the same way here also. In this kind of a newspaper, we help you to research, think, and present this information in a student newspaper. It's a big challenge because we are the only newspaper to student newspaper like that, and you are lucky to have it. Yes,
I must say, what better resource for MUNs in Global Times itself, that just reinforces that fact. And also I see the delegate Al Jazeera raising their hand for a question. Delegate, you may present it.
Yes, I wanted to ask Veera ma'am a question. Ma'am, do you think that inculcating AI in the workforce would shift the human focus from manual labor to creativity and interpretation? How would that work in
Sorry,
journalism?
your 2 point that if you shift to workforce, the AI to workforce, then it will.
Like, human focus would shift from manual labor to creativity and interpretation.
Yes, definitely. You will get more time for that. So I said, use it as a facilitator. It will give you time. If you go and interview somebody, if you transcribe the interview, it will take a lot of time. So I'm not saying that it is not useful, but it has got both pros and cons. It will definitely facilitate, but then it will help you put your energies into something else, more on the research part, more, and finish your work faster. Shall I tell you, when I joined the field of journalism, that time we did not make newspaper on computers. So we made it on a machine. We would type the story, then we would go to another room where those printouts would come out. And I would give 3 versions of that printout. I want it in single column, a double column, 3 column, So the article would come out like that. And then I would take that, go to another floor, sit with the designer. The designer would cut it and paste it on a sheet of paper. And imagine I realized that the spelling of Veera is wrong in that. It's VEERA and it should be VIRA. Then I have to look for two I somewhere. They will cut that I, remove the double E, put an I. It was such a tedious and process and so time taking. But now computers has come, so it is facilitated. Now I can make a change even last moment instant. So if you get the latest news, so that way, if you see that these AI will help you facilitate and make your work faster, and then you can concentrate on the latest things, more researches, go into more detail regarding what you are writing. So everything has got its pros and cons. Yes, I think BBC has something to ask. No?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Ma'am, you said that GT has received many articles which were clearly made by AI as they lacked a human passion, a human spark. So, ma'am, do you think that artificial intelligence is a killer of creativity?
Yes, if you find 10 articles written the same way, yes. If I get all the articles written by AI, I know it has been written by AI. So I don't find it creative. Neither will you find it creative to read. What you find creative is something which is different.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think we have Gia Arora, a GP member herself, to ask a question.
Yes, thank you. So, ma'am, as a part of the editorial board of my school as well, I wanted to ask you that what skills and knowledge should current and aspiring journalists develop to basically thrive in an environment where AI is being increasingly used?
I don't know whether the journalism thing is using, because if I'm saying that I do not get it, but let me try and understand what you're saying, that in the field where AI is being used, your journalism skills are not being used. Yes, it is not being used, because if you're only copy pasting, you're becoming no more than a typist. Okay, or a data entry operator. If you're
That's
getting information and you're writing, then you are not thinking, then of course you are killing your thinking skills, definitely. If that answers your question.
yes, thank you, ma'am.
We
Harith,
have
yeah, Harith, you can ask your question.
Good morning, Veera ma'am. Ma'am, you said that while like as said by this by the delegate before, artificial intelligence can result in the loss of creativity in writing, but in a way, in on the other hand, it can act as a facilitator to increase the efficiency in journalism. So, ma'am, how do you suggest to how should we strike that balance between a facilitator and a destroyer of creativity?
Use artificial intelligence for research purposes, because it will save you time, it will give you all the information. But when you come to writing, just close the book, assimilate everything, and then write. When we started getting all these articles from school students written by AI, we knew that, you can see that 5 articles have got similar thoughts and actions. Now we sit with the students and make them write there. And believe me, those articles are much, much better. There's a thought and perspective in that.
Thank you, ma'am.
We have quite a few more questions. Delegate of UPI followed by delegate of Reuters.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I myself work under GT in my school, and I wanted to ask, we all talk about how AI is efficient in in helping of journalism, and then there is the point where it also degrades the creativity of writers. Are there any points where AI has enhanced the creativity of writers and journalism, just the creativity aspect?
I've yet to see the creativity, because for me as a editor for Global Times, when I'm maybe repeating myself, if I see 10 articles and I see similar thoughts in all the articles, because when reading the article, I look for the thoughts in the article, and when I see similar things in all the article, and as a teacher, I have to tell you, because I sometimes know the student also, we can easily catch also whether this has been written by AI or not. And at a school level, I cannot allow an AI level story to go, because I have to train the children into thinking. You are the ones who are going to feed into AI. So if you really want to make use of our AI in the future, we have to have creative thinkers. First, but creative do not always mean that it has to be very symbolically written all the time, but it has to be tastefully done, and it has to be thoughtfully done, and it has to have a perspective. If all the 5 stories have the same perspective, why do you read a certain writer? You read Roald Dahl because Roald Dahl has got a certain style of writing. You read Jhumpa Lahiri because Jhumpa Lahiri has got certain style of writing. But and plagiarism is something is not to be encouraged. And if somebody copies Jhumpa Lahiri's story and writes, we know this is Jhumpa Lahiri. She has made a name for herself. Earlier when we used to read newspapers, we used to read newspapers on the basis of the editors. Because we used to pick up a newspaper because this newspaper has got that editor. And that editor had got a certain thoughts and perspectives, and we picked up a newspaper to read their thoughts and perspectives. If all the newspapers do with AI, then I don't know what we will read and what we will do. I cannot fathom it. As I said, that this is something which only time will tell, but at the school level, we tried through this newspaper. Your speaker, one of the yesterday, said in his keynote address to motivate, how to orchestrate, how to train children, how to manage students to articulate. These are the roles that a school newspaper plays for the students. And that's why AI is not something to be encouraged here. Future, when you go, is something to be seen, which we are still debating. Governments are working, guardrails are being made. You remember that a lot of writers had filed a case against AI because somebody had made a prequel to Game of Thrones. But these writers will then start giving their copyrights. Nobody will be able to pick them. Maybe those kind of guardrails will be developed. So the legal issues and things are still going on.
Delegate of Reuters.
Yes, ma'am, considering the rapid and recent development of AI, if in the future AI develops to a point where it is able to replicate the creative content, the creativity in human-generated content, how do you think it would affect newsrooms, student-run newsrooms, or student-run newspapers such as GT?
Yes, I think Rishi just answered this question yesterday when he said that the journalists, the AI, the government, all are working in gloves with one another to develop some guardrails for this. So, I mean, it is legal battles are still going on regarding this, and I'm sure we'll come up with something. Of course, the pace at which AI has taken over and the pace at which we will be able to clip some of its wings has to be faster, which is not as fast as it should be.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enlightening words. I'm sure students got a more deeper perspective into your thoughts as the head of GT. Any other questions, please send it to me. I'll have them forwarded to ma'am and she'll answer them to you. But thank you so much, ma'am, for coming amongst us.
Thank you so much, Aditya. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for this enlightening session. I'm sure the delegates had a great time. Ma'am, if you'd like to address the committee for a final time. Anything that you would want to say?
I think I've spoken a lot. I shouldn't, and I should let you all just move on with your debates. Huh? Your debates are very different and more real.
I feel, ma'am, you gave a very important piece of advice to all delegates that you should not repeat mere facts in the committee. You should use your own creative thinking, something which I hope they'll use today and they'll ponder upon, because they'll be given a crisis today in the committee.
That will bring out their creativity and thought.
Exactly, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Aditya, and thank you, everyone, and wishing this press corps committee all the best for your second days. And please enjoy reading your iMUN Times. The global press team is working very hard to bring it to you and make it as entertaining and creative as possible.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Right. Aditya, you may continue with the session.
Thank you. So delegates, what Veera ma'am said is actually something we all can ponder upon, because all of you will now be given a crisis in the committee. Please switch on your cameras. PTI, Xinhua, New York Times, I see Sky News, Washington Post, Al Jazeera. And those who are not supposed to be the part of the meeting, please start leaving, because I can see that there are a few participants who are not supposed to be here. Okay. So delegates, here is your crisis. Please note it down. We'll send it on the WhatsApp group as well.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Shall we proceed with the roll call first?
Acha, okay, okay. Yes, proceed, please.
We'll go through the same way we did yesterday. Please answer by present. Reuters.
Present and voting.
Al Jazeera. Present and voting. BBC.
Present and voting.
Asian News International. ANI. Press Trust of India. Agents France.
Present voting.
Do we have ITR, TASS? Xinhua.
Present and voting.
Associated Press.
Present and voting.
Bloomberg.
Present.
Interfax.
Present and voting.
United Press International.
Present and voting.
ABC News.
Present and voting.
We can hear you today. Deutsche Press.
Yes, thanks.
Present and voting.
Fox News.
Present and voting.
Sky News.
Present and voting.
Antara. Washington Post.
Present and voting.
Haaretz.
Present and voting.
Deutsche Welle. Deutsche Welle.
Deutsche Welle, are you present in the meeting?
New York Times.
Present.
The Times.
Present.
Great, we can move forward with the crisis.
I can see Deutsche Welle and PTI in the meeting. I do not understand why you could not say your roll call.
I did give my room.
I think you must have confused it with the other, because there are two Deutsche. There's the Deutsche Pressinger and there's the Deutsche Welle. So you are Deutsche Welle, right?
Yes, exactly.
So
I
answer
will.
to that roll call.
And I've
Deutsche
also received a message from PTI in the chat box. I'll mark her.
Okay, okay, fine. Please turn on your cameras, PTI and Times. Okay, so and Sky News as well. I'll be announcing the crisis now. Please note them. Please note the details. We'll be sending it on the WhatsApp group, but note it down right now. And we'll give you an unmod after that, in which you can even discuss amongst each other. It can be used as lobbying time and it will be marked. Where is it? Wait a minute. Okay. Right. So the crisis is dated October 12th, 2023. We are sitting in the press corps committee right now. The Israel Minister of Communications announced to the press the closure of Al Jazeera, Reuters, and Haaretz offices on the basis of financial irregularities, provocative and false reporting. Legislation has already been tabled in the cabinet, and Likud party ministers have worked to get the opposition Yesh Atid and Yisrael Betinu parties on their side. The legislation will be brought in the winter session of the Israeli legislature, which is due on 16th of October. There is also a fear that journalists of Washington Post, BBC, and New York Times will not be given visas to enter the country to curb on the reporting of the issue by calling the region unsafe for journalists. Fox, PTI, UPI, and Xinhua however, are being considered as exceptions for this rule. Such unprecedented actions have surprisingly not gained the criticism of Western nations, who have went on to support Israel and have remained silent on the gross violation of press freedom. The world no longer knows about the instances of human rights violation and possibility of war within that region. It is now the press corps' duty to ensure that investigative journalism remains intact in such a crisis. Does anyone require a repetition? If you do, please raise your hands.
Please send this text on the WhatsApp group.
Yes, delegate of Reuters, followed by delegate of Fox News, followed by delegate of Times. Yes, editor of Reuters.
Could you repeat what you mentioned in the crisis once again?
I'll read it out again and I'll send it on the WhatsApp group. We are sitting in the committee on October 12th, 2023. Israel Minister of Communications announced to the press the closure of Al Jazeera, Reuters, and Haaretz offices on the basis of financial irregularities, provocative and false reporting. Legislation has already been tabled in the cabinet, and Likud party ministers have worked to get the opposition Yesh Atid and Yisrael Betinu, these opposition parties, on their side. The legislation will be brought in the winter session, which is due on 16th. There is also a fear that journalists of Washington Post, BBC, and New York Times will not be given visas to enter the country to curb on the reporting of the issue by calling the region unsafe for journalists. But Fox, PTI, UPI, and Xinhua are being considered as exceptions for this rule. Such unprecedented actions have surprisingly not gained the criticism of Western nations, who have went on to support Israel and remained silent on the gross violation of press freedom. The world no longer knows about the instances of human rights violation and possibility of war within that region. It is now the press corps' duty to ensure that investigative journalism remains intact in such a crisis. I am sending it on the group. Please do not mind any spelling mistakes. So, and before I give you the unmod, I also want to give the delegates a piece of advice. You will be, after the unmod, we expect you to have a round of speeches. Okay. And I want to re-emphasize what I said in the background guide. whatever you say in those speeches will be similar to what you say in your coverage plan, crisis coverage plans. Whatever you say in the speech will affect the crisis if we feel that you have said something constructive which can either solve the crisis or develop it. The primary objective should be to solve the crisis, and please make sure that whatever you say in your speeches is constructive, something which can contribute to the committee, because we don't want to create the crisis anymore. We want you to create the crisis. We want you to solve it, and we want you to develop it. Okay. Documentation in this committee is not as important as your speech. I am fine if whatever you say in your speech is mentioned in your documentation as well. I'm fine with that. Or if you want to add something in your documentation, you can do that as well. But the speech carries weightage, and so will debate. Please use good presentation skills in this case. I have said all of that in the background, right? I'm telling nothing new to you. I've told you in what ways you can make your speech more interesting, something which will make it stand out. And although I know this was a very predictable crisis, I want you all to start solving it and develop it in the committee. So delegate of Bloomberg followed by delegate of Al Jazeera.
So my question is like, if there will the backroom negotiations be allowed, and if they would be allowed, in what way they would be?
Yes, backroom. You will have the unmod, so you can discuss in that unmod with each other. We'll create a big breakout room for you, but mind you, the unmod will be marked. We will mark the unmod. Okay. Yes, Al Jazeera.
I wanted to raise a point of parliamentary inquiry just to make, I want to ask, just to make sure there is no limitation on the number of authors or sponsors of a CCP, right?
No limitation as such. It
And
can be a unanimous document, and it can also be an individual document if you wish.
And you and the committee will want the CCPs after the unmod, or as the unmod is ending.
Your call. I would prefer that you give more time to your speeches, because see, I can still give you time for the crisis coverage plans, but what we are trying to do here is lessen documentation and increase your debate. Got it? So whatever measures you want to mention in your crisis coverage plans, it's preferable that you mention them in your speeches itself, because we will note down the speeches and then we'll develop the crisis on the basis of that. So the all of you can also discuss with each other. We'll be assigning you breakout rooms. Okay. I think there should or should not be a block formation in the committee. So I want to just we are in an informal session. So I just want to know from the delegates, are you planning to go into blocks after this crisis? You can speak up, or do you want time to discuss it with each other and then tell me?
Can we come to the decision after the unmod?
Okay. Yes, delegate of Interfax.
Yeah, I'll speculate after the unmod, and then I'll decide if I want to go.
Fine. So we'll be assigning you the breakout rooms. Use proper language when you're speaking in the breakout rooms. Everything is being recorded. And I ensure you that there will be negative marking for improper language. Okay. Pranavi will be there with you all in the breakout room. She'll turn off your camera so that they can discuss, but she'll be there just to mark you. Okay. Do not be afraid of her presence or anything like that. She's just there to listen to what all of you are saying, and she'll mark accordingly, and she'll tell me. Okay.
Right, but we want you to maintain formal language, please.
Exactly.
Be conscious of that.
Yes. So please use proper language. Everything is being recorded and seen. And I'll now be assigning the breakout room. Okay. Okay. So I have the breakout room is all has been created. I think I'll have to assign it. We have Agency France Press over here.
Yes.
You were not there during the roll call. May I know why, delegate?
I was recognized present voting.
Delegate, we might as well mark you absent just because you came late to the committee.
Oh, that was because I entered the wrong link. Sorry, I got confused in the link document.
Please note that he's present.
I apologize for the delay.
I've done so.
Okay, I have assigned. Are there any GP members present? Global Press,
Yes.
do you want to see how the delegates are doing the unmod, or would you rather stay here?
One of us can stay here, the other one can go for the breakout room.
So I'll assign you the breakout room then.
Oh, all right.
I think I've assigned it to everyone. Okay. So you may join the breakout rooms if you have not yet received it.
Right, I'll just go in a second. I just wanted to point out, shall
Uh-huh.
we open more than one so that if they want to form a block, they can, according to.
That's why they'll discuss that in unmod.
Acha, okay.
एक बात सुनो. Forgot. Once you go into the breakout room, let me know which ones are being very effective in the committee.
Right. I'll do that.
And one more thing was nothing. I don't remember now. I'll assign you the breakout room.
Hanji. I'll go there.
Aruna ma'am, are you supposed to be with the students in the breakout room, or is it fine if you are here? Ma'am, you're not audible.
So sorry. It's up to you. You want me to join the breakout room? I will. I don't mind.
No, if there is a protocol for teachers that they are supposed to be with the students all the time, then I'll assign you the breakout room.
No protocol such.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure so that just in case students do something haywire, it shouldn't be like that the teacher was not there.
Then you assign. No need to worry. I'll be there. Fine.
Okay, but please ignore whatever they are saying as long.
Definitely.
You are आपको तो पता ही है एमिकमुन के टाइम से. I have assigned it to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
The students are in an unmod session right now, so I've sent them to the breakout room.
Sure.
The unmod should last till 1 o'clock.
You're informing me about that, Aditya?
Ma'am, I thought that only one teacher could go to that session.
No, that's
why.
okay. Because I'm the co-host, I in any case can join the unmod. I was there for the last 5 minutes. I've just come back.
Acha, I can say assign you the room, ma'am.
I don't have to be assigned telling the co-host and host can join it without being assigned.
Ji.
So that's fine. Bye-bye.
Is there any EB member present in the committee right now?
Yes.
Okay,
Tell
hi.
me, Ashish.
Can you guys just tell me what is going on in the committee right now?
The committee is in unmod session right now, and they have been assigned a breakout room.
Okay, so once all the delegates are back, could you just contact me because there's an information which needs to be given by the secretary to the delegates?
Okay, by the secretariat. What sort of information?
Yes. Just general guidelines. So in a lot of committees, we're seeing some inappropriate activity. So we just want to warn the
Oh.
delegates about that.
Yeah, I heard that in the EB meeting yesterday. So I told the delegates myself that they cannot use improper language in unmod sessions.
Not only not only in the unmod sessions, like when your screen is shared, just drawing and all that, or drawing on the screen and all. And you've told them repercussions as well?
Yes, I have. I told them that they'll be negatively marked for all of it.
No, not negatively marked. If they're drawing on the what's it called screen and there are inappropriate images which they're sharing or to another delegate, they'll be not only thrown out of the committee of e-AIMUN 2023, they would not be able to participate in further MUNs from e-AIMUN, and also their school will be contacted and action is going to be taken against them. Because in other committees, there are delegates who are drawing on the screen while the EB shared the screen for maybe the timer or something. So just for that behavior, action is going to be taken. If you can just inform the delegates as well.
Sure. Or do you want to inform them yourselves?
Anything is fine. If they just come back, then just drop me a text. I'll inform them. No worries.
Fine. You're on the EB group with us, no?
Yeah.
I'll send it a message on then.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hi, Yashi. Yashi, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Yashi Sharma, your editor-in-chief for the Global Press. I hope we are all aware of e-AIMUN Times, the newsletter the Global Press curates for you to help you keep up with the conference's proceedings. So we have a ritual in that. It's basically an informal award ceremony. We nominate people from different committees and we give them weird awards. We have one winner from your committee. I would request the EB to please make the winner turn on the camera and spotlight them so that we can take a screenshot.
Everyone, please turn on your cameras. Janua, I think the rest have turned on the cameras. Is there anyone in the breakout room right now? Okay, only times. The rest are here.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, great. So the results for the press corps committee are as follows. The winner is editor of Associated Press. He has been awarded the title of the Ninja Turtle for being an unremittent brawler, diving headfirst into debates at every break. Do we have Associated Press with us?
Yeah.
Associated Press, please just raise your hands.
Am I visible?
All right. Have they been spotlighted?
Yes, they have been.
GP, are we done with the screenshot?
Yes.
All
You
right.
can smile a bit, Associated Press.
All right. Thank you so much. All the best for your conference.
Thank you.
Samarth, I think. Acha, okay, Ashvi is here. Ashvi, everyone, please recognize the presence of the Deputy Secretary General. She wishes to announce something to the committee.
Yes. Delegates, we just wanted to bring to your notice that there are in like a few committees, there are some inappropriate behavior which is happening. Guys are doodling, delegates are doodling on the shared screen, like the executive board share screen for the timer. So you guys are annotating on it. You guys are writing on the board and making inappropriate images. Just want to bring to your notice if any such behavior is noticed in this committee, then strict action is going to be taken. You guys will be thrown out of e-AIMUN 2023. You guys will not be able to participate. Your school is going to be contacted and then strict action is going to be taken against you as well. So just be careful about your behavior in the committee. You guys are participating in a formal Model United Nations conference and your behavior should also be as such. So please take care of your behavior in the committee and with other delegates also. That's it. You guys can continue with the committee.
Thank you, Ashvi. Please keep.
Also, sorry, the executive board members just want to mention one thing. If you guys notice any inappropriate behavior in the committee, please contact the secretariat so that immediate action can be taken. Okay,
Sure.
thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Also, I would like to contact the host, Amity University. If you could just filter out who is entering and who is not, because I think unwanted people are entering the meeting. So if that could be filtered out, that would be appreciated, sir. That's all, Aditya. If there are any other concerns, please contact the secretariat. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Samarth. Please look into these participants: Shrishti Yadav, Sukriti Saxena, Surbhi Parekh, Rajbir Singh. Okay, Ronit is fine. The rest, these people should not be in this meeting. Please take note of that. Anyways,
For the press, actually, we are recording the video and for the photographs. We are in charge from AIS V6 actually. Surbi
Yeah, could you-
Sharma.
Yeah, could
then
you
you
just
must
rename
rename
yourself?
yourself.
You could
Exactly.
rename and put that in your nomenclature.
Because I feel that it's wrong that if someone unknown is entering my committee, I don't think that should be the case. Anyways, delegates, if I'll assign you, you can all join back the breakout rooms once again. And this time even I will be there because I want to see what you all are doing. Okay, Rajbir, do you want to go to the breakout room as well?
Yeah, I'll be going to the breakout room.
Okay, fine. Everyone, please join the breakout rooms. You can join it now and continue with your unmod.
I haven't been yet allotted the unmod.
You haven't been, Lavanya?
Yes, ma'am. I haven't.
Just give me a Lavanya, it shows that you have been allotted and you have not joined that breakout room.
But I didn't get any pop-up for joining that.
Just a moment.
Neither have I.
Yeah, but I have seen.
Okay, okay, I got it. Sorry.
Just check. It should be there somewhere down to join the breakout.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Agency France Press, you should also check. It is there. The option should be there to join the breakout room.
It showed me the first time, but after rejoin the main meeting, I can't.
And there wouldn't be a pop-up because the breakout room is the same. There should be an option of join room in your dialog box.
I will check.
Yeah, please. Also, Garima and Sukriti, if you could confirm, are you members of GP?
Hello.
Okay, yeah. Sukriti, haven't you been assigned any of the breakout room as of now?
Actually, I won't be able to speak today because I'm not aware.
Okay, so Peter, what we're doing is the entire session is in an unmod right now. I'm assigning you the same, so you can listen to the conversations there for tomorrow. Okay.
Yes.
You've been assigned. You can join the breakout room now. Pushkar Times, are you not joining the breakout room? And can I have the confirmation from Garima Sharma? Are you a member of GP? Garima? Pushkar time, are you not joining the unmoderated caucus right now? Yashi, the session is still for the unmoderated caucus.
Noted, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Garima ma'am, if you could just change your nomenclature and add Garima Sharma underscore V6, it would be easier to identify. Meher and Shrishti. Are you participants or from Global Press? Or the teacher in charges from V6? Meher and Shrishti, if you could confirm, please.
Right. I hope everyone is joining. Okay. So one of the delegates, please tell me what was the final conclusion of your unmod.
BBC can tell it. BBC shall continue.
Okay. Thank you. So in our unmod, we have come up with a solution. We are going to take a major advantage of firstly Interfax, as Russia has stated their reporters of Interfax stay in the country till the conflict has ended. Firstly, Interfax can support our side, BBC side, New York, Washington side and New York Times side, to get them back into the country safely. Secondly, the Chinese government. So the Chinese government has issued a brokerage of peace. They are willing to be a broker of peace for this conflict, and Xinhua can help us with that. Right.
And then in funding, we've got Russia, Interfax, and Xinhua, China, because and UPI as well. And then there were two countries, Russia, Interfax, and Xinhua, China, that can actually pressurize the government. No other press agencies or news agencies can, because they might be banned. But because due to the recent war in Israel, we can have Russia pressurizing them, because they need their funding for the war as well.
Israel does not have a future without Russia's help.
Russia and China, who we have asked to pressurize the Israeli government into
And Russia and UPI for the funding
and accept our visas. That's all. So we have
And
to,
what was about Interfax will stay in Israel.
Yeah, Interfax will stay in Israel, because the Russian reporters
has asked its reporters to stay in Israel till the conflict gets over.
Article
19.
Interfax reporters would be providing an aid to BBC and the Washington Post, who are not allowed in
and New York Times as well.
Yeah, and New York Times as well, to provide them with
because of the fear that we won't be getting
is, so that the entire objective that the journalism, interrogative journalism is maintained. So that would help us with the objective there.
And
what are
Reuters,
you?
Haaretz.
Wait, what are you doing, UPI? I think you were also
And
mentioned.
providing funding to Al Jazeera and the other posts that have been closed down.
and Reuters, Haaretz, and Al Jazeera that have been closed down. They'll be providing funding, and they'll also be partnering up with the other presses that are allowed to be
With
Since
BBC
that are
and
currently not involved in the conflict and are free to enter Israel with any sort of implications to their safety or their organizations.
yes, and we will ensure credibility and unveil negatives.
The remaining agencies that are not under risk will be providing ground reporting and unbiased reporting so that they're not kicked off. But at the same time, ones that share ones that share news between the other agencies will be sharing these news so that the others can out as well.
Fine. Okay. Give me 1 minute. Right. So I have a few questions for the delegates. First of all, where are you all getting your funding from?
Interfax, Russia, and UPI.
And China.
And China.
How are you getting it?
Interfax is a government funded organization, and Russia is also helping Israel right now during the war. So they'll be funding.
Are you sure it's government funded? Because a quick search would tell me that Interfax was one of the first independent news agencies which was not owned by the state.
Interfax can answer it. They've been telling that they can fund because
Yeah.
they're government funded.
Interfax?
So basically 17 reporters are there in Israel currently.
That's not my question. My question is, are you even state owned in the first place?
Yeah, the government Interfax is not a free thing, free agency.
Delegate, I want to ask you again, are you sure? I need you ascertain that, delegate. I need you to ascertain that.
Yeah, like it is funded by the group.
Why? What ministry of the government? Because as far as I know, Interfax
Yeah, so
is
basically the
not
joint
a state-owned media company. It's an independent media company which reports on economics. If you have the source, show it to me. You could
Yeah.
You could send it to me on the chat or whatever.
Send it on WhatsApp.
Whatever. My another question is, how are profit-making media companies thinking of dividing their profits and instead funding other media companies in that region? And these are those media companies which actually support the Palestinian cause. Just a generic question. Can anyone answer it?
Can you repeat it?
My question is, you have media companies of other countries such as China and Russia, and you are saying that they will fund you, the BBC and etc., to conduct ground reporting. Am I right? Yes. How is it
Not
possible?
be funding the BBC. It was meant to pressurize where the BBC stands. We were meant to have help from the current platforms that are allowed in Israel to give support to us so that we can enter the government again. We can enter the country again safely.
And also for the protection of journalists entering.
Exactly. We need
So
to.
those media companies are allowing you to enter Israel without permission
Not
through their
without
funding.
permission.
They're not allowing us to enter
They were there
Israel.
to
They're
pressurize the Israeli
supporting the
government.
ones who are
One of you
allowed to
speak,
enter Israel.
only one person speaks.
Right, right. So, not they've right. So, they were supposed to pressurize the Israeli government with the help of their own funding to get us on the grounds of the country safely.
Interfax and Xinhua are supposed to do this because they are also funding them
Interfax
for.
and Xinhua was supposed to do this, but since we found out that Interfax is an independent country, now only Xinhua is the only
independent press. If I may speak.
Yes, you may, Al Jazeera.
All right. Not only Xinhua, there is also UPI who is supporting us with this. And we also have a proposal from Deutsche Welle, but we have not considered that yet. So it is Xinhua and UPI that are supporting us, and some funds will be directed towards this security of the journalists who are already in Israel and whom the Israeli government has allowed to enter them. So those funds will be redirected to the security of those journalists. Secondly, as BBC mentioned, some funds will go towards convincing the Israeli government to reopen Al Jazeera Haratas and Reuters, and the rest of the funds. Yeah, that is it.
I would just like to add, we have not been able
No,
to.
you may not add. There was another point about the Chinese government issuing peace. Who is a Chinese government official in this committee?
I'm sorry, can you repeat issuing?
The Chinese government is brokering peace between Israel and the new Iran.
I think Xinhua can take this one.
Yeah. The Chinese government has offered to do that, but there hasn't been any acceptance shown from Israel or Palestine's side.
That's an official statement.
Yeah,
I wish to see the source.
yeah, just a second.
Fine.
Should I send it to you through WhatsApp or through this meeting?
Send it on WhatsApp. Send it on. So it's 1:40 right now. We have expended a lot of time. We shall vote on a round of speeches. Okay, there's no more topic as such. You will discuss the crisis. Is everyone fine with giving speeches right now? Or do you need time?
Could we have 2 minutes?
Can we have another? Can we have another unmod caucus for about 15 minutes?
No, you may not. We have already. I gave you extra time. I gave you 15-20 minutes extra. So I don't think it's now necessary to give you another unmod. I give you time till 1:45. Start drafting your speeches. And remember, whatever you say in your speeches will be implemented in the crisis if we find it fit. So you draft your speeches carefully.
Also, something I'd like to address about the unmod. We noticed a lot of you were not respectful to other delegates. Some of you were speaking over them. I think we can all understand that this debate should have been respectful and you should have recognized others, which some of you did not. Also, let's please address the fact that foreign delegates may not understand our accent or our speed of talking, so we could slow down or move faster as ever they like. Let's ensure that this in the next unmod caucus everybody.
Please take note of what she said because she was there throughout the unmod and she has observed that about all of you. Mind you, disrespect will be negatively marked.
Yes, we give weightage to how much you're paying attention to other people's opinion also, and not just the opinions you presented.
Exactly. And keep your cameras turned on and draft your speeches. I wish to see your faces while you're drafting it. So turn it on.
Excuse me, can I ask how long do we have to speak in the?
Uh, that can be decided by the committee during the voting.
Thank you.
Delegates, I'm giving you 4 more minutes to draft your speeches. After that, I do not want to hear it from anybody that they need more time. Okay, we'll have the voting now. I think enough time has been given. Right. Any motions on the floor? Editor of Associated Press, followed by editor of Al Jazeera, followed by editor of Haaretz.
Um, I, I, the delegate of Association Press, would like to raise a motion. Would like to raise a motion on a moderated caucus. The topic is the impact on the Israeli government due to the AI journalism. Each speaker time will be 90 seconds and total time taken will be one. Total time taken will be 100 to 1.
Okay, delegates who are for the motion, please raise your hands. Delegates who are for the motion, please raise your hands. Delegates who are against the motion. This motion fails. Delegate of Al Jazeera. What is your motion?
Delegate of Al Jazeera would like to raise a motion of going into an unmoderated caucus. The topic being crisis and solutions of each country's solutions to the crisis, of individual time being 60 seconds and total time being 30 minutes.
Fine. Delegates who are for the motion, please raise your hands. Pranavi, our effective strength was
18.
How many are there? How many have raised your hands?
I'll just count. It's a clear majority with 14.
Fine. This motion passes. Delegate of Haaretz, your motion.
I agree with this motion and I raise my hand to say for the motion.
Okay, we are now in a moderated caucus on the crisis with individual speaker time being 60 seconds. POIs will be entertained. 2 POIs on each question, I feel is quite reasonable. If we feel that you took up less time, then we'll give more POIs as well accordingly. Okay, delegates who want to be recognized for this round of speeches, please raise your hands. Delegates who want to be recognized for speeches, please raise your hands. We have BBC, followed by Haaretz, followed by Al Jazeera, followed by Agence France, followed by Washington Post, followed by Reuters, followed by UPI, followed by Fox, followed by Interfax, followed by Deutsche Welle, followed by Bloomberg, followed by Associated Press, followed by Xinhua. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We have only 13 speakers. 5 of you did not raise your hands. Do the other 5 people who have been left out do not want to speak in these round of speeches? Because I would prefer if you do. At least say something so that I can mark you.
No, it's a good step.
Fine. ABC. You are after Xinhua. Sky News. New York Times. Failed to
The
understand.
time.
Acha, New York Times. Why? Acha. Are you from GP, New York Times?
I'm sorry, what?
You have GP after your name.
Oh,
Do you want to be recognized for this round of speeches?
yes.
After ABC. I'm not asking जिसका हो गया. Okay. I'll send the recognition sheet. Till then, BBC.
Yes.
You can speak. Pranavi, if we can have the timer, please.
Just give me a second.
Yes.
Let me know when I can start.
No, acha, it's only 60 seconds, I think, individual speakers' time.
Yes, 60 seconds.
And start.
The BBC, the Washington Post, and the New York Times have been given a warning regarding our safety when entering the country of Israel. Furthermore, we may not be given visas at all in the coming future. Somehow, some other news agencies were given an exception and were allowed to enter without any safety issues. Are we the only ones targeted by the people or by certain groups? Or is something else at play here? With the shutdown of the 3 leading news agencies in Israel, this has clearly become a matter of freedom of press. To solve the given crisis, China has miraculously come to our aid, helping issue peace between Israel and Palestine, which would greatly help with the re-establishment of Al Jazeera, Haaretz, and Reuters, and will allow us, along with the Washington Post and New York Times, to return to the country, further establishing freedom of press back to the right place. For the time being, UPI has agreed to support funding for the security of previously mentioned companies. While the UK continues to support Israel in the conflict, we, the BBC, continue to share unbiased news to the entire world. I thank you.
Do we have any points on the floor? We can't hear. You're on mute.
Reuters to what point?
Point of information.
We'll recognize Interfax, followed by Al Jazeera, or followed by Reuters. We'll recognize 3 POIs for this. Do you want to be recognized Interfax for the POI?
No, I don't.
Then Al Jazeera and Reuters only. Al Jazeera, you may start.
I would like to raise, Al Jazeera would like to raise a point of information. How are you going to ensure the security and the well-being of your reporters?
Okay, so as mentioned in my speech, right now the UK government is supporting Israel in the conflict, and miraculously, the UPI has agreed to support funding for the security of the three countries that are in danger, and the three companies that are in danger, and the three companies that have been shut down.
All right.
Reuters, you may speak.
Yes. If you proceed with this approach, there could be the cause of some friction between these two countries. And if there is friction, how would you proceed with this?
When you say friction between two countries, do you mean Israel and Palestine?
No, I
No
meant
crosstalk. No crosstalk. Just answer the question.
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
Make your question clear, then delegate. Reuters.
right. You said that you will be using approaches such as government. You'll be using some government-funded agencies to enter into Israel, and you'll be dealing with the situation hands-on. So, how are you going to make sure that these governments that you are using to deploy these reporters in Israel will not cause friction between these two countries, like diplomatic disputes for the future? And if they do, how do you aim to play a role in that to downplay such frictions?
Okay, firstly, China and UPI are the ones who are aiding us. UPI is providing financial support, while the China is pressurizing Israel into opening its borders to our reporters. So, as China is a major superpower in the world, I don't think there should be any further consequences to this issue.
Fine. Thank you, delegate. Next we have Haaretz.
Yes. Please start the timer. The Israeli government has banned Haaretz along with Reuters and Al Jazeera based on financial irregularities, provocative and false reporting. These claims have not been substantiated with exact details as to what exactly we have done. But keeping that aside, Haaretz would like to propose the following solutions. Firstly, Haaretz would like to collaborate with other Israeli opposition parties like National Unity, Labour Party, Israel Betenu, etc., to pressurize Israel to reopen the offices. Secondly, we would like to collaborate with Xinhua, United International Press, Press Trust of India, and Fox News for help with ground reporting, which would enable news agencies like Haaretz, Al Jazeera, Reuters, Washington Post, BBC, and New York Times to stay updated regarding the situation in Israel and accordingly formulate their plan of actions. Xinhua and UPI have also agreed to provide news agencies with funding so that they can protect their rights, and after that help Reuters, Al Jazeera and Haaretz reclaim their offices. Deutsche Welle has also proposed to help.
Right. Thank you, delegate. Any points on the floor? Delegate of Agency France, followed by delegate of Bloomberg.
The delegate of Agent France Press is willing to raise a point of information to the delegates of Arts. May I?
Yes, you may.
The delegate mentioned that they would try to negotiate with the Israel Betinu. However, it is clearly stated in the crisis that they have been pulled from the opposition towards the Likud Party ministers, and I don't see how this negotiation will take place.
So, as I mentioned, only two opposition parties have agreed to collaborate with Israel, right? So, I mentioned two other parties, National Unity and Labour Party. So, once they have started the negotiations, the Israeli government would be pressurized to back out, and after that, probably we would also contact Israel Bethany.
Thank you, Delegate.
Right. Could you elaborate that how news organizations like Xinhua and other you mentioned will be productive in any case? Like,
As I mentioned, uh, as I mentioned, that Zenua and UPI are providing the funding so that so that the news agencies I mentioned, like Al Jazeera, Reuters, Washington Post, BBC, these are able to, like this Zenua and UPI are uh, like to help them uh, like protect their rights, because Israel is right now putting uh, putting complete allegations on these news agencies, which in a way brings harm to their credibility. So in while helping these agencies reclaim their offices, they are also helping them protect their rights and their credibility as news agencies.
Right. Thank you, Delegate. Uh, Next up, we have editor of Al Jazeera.
I'll start in 3, 2, 1. I want this committee to note how easily Israel has undermined freedom of press and basic human rights. Al Jazeera, although in chains, will not back down and advocates for ensuring investigative journalism, reopening of Al Jazeera, Reuters, and Harates, and trustworthy news delivered to our viewers. Al Jazeera, Reuters, and Harates are closed off, but it will still ensure credibility and unveil negativities of the Israeli government via help from fundings from UPI and Zinua. Also, Al Jazeera will be getting fundings from DW, Deutsche Welle, to help our journalists who have lost their jobs and crushed between this power play. We will also be talking to the Qatari government via the funds provided by UPI and Zinua. And since Qatari and Israeli government have good relations, it would be easier to convince them with our funding, given that Israel-Palestine war is also going on. It would be easier to pressurize the government.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points on the floor? Editor of Washington Post, followed by editor of Bloomberg. No, wait, not Bloomberg. Someone else. Any other POI? Okay, let me see. Fine, we'll give you BBC, Washington Post, followed by BBC.
Yes, so in your speech, you mentioned help from the Qatari government, but what guarantee do you have that the Qatari government would actually be interested in helping you? And even if they do help you, how does that guarantee that the ban against your offices will be uplifted?
Yes, so Qatari government, as we all know, stands for peace and is against war, and will obviously not support undermining of freedom of press and basic human rights. So I'm sure they will help us. And Qatari government and Israeli governments have had relations for over 60 years. They have old relations, good relations. So I think with a bit of a push from fundings via UPI and Sinwa, and using our good relations putting our good relations to use, I think we could convince, there is a chance we could convince the Israeli government to reopen offices.
Fine. Editor of BBC.
I'm sorry, Honorable Chair, but I had the same question about Qatar.
Do we have any other points on the floor? Pranavi, do you want to ask a question to the delegate?
No, you may go ahead.
Okay. Never mind. Let us continue with the speeches.
Would the chair
And
like
please
to ask any questions?
The chair would like to, but the chair does not want to.
All right.
The chair will do something about what you said. So we have Agency France next.
May I have the timer, please? I'll be starting in 3, 2, 1. Currently, the situation in Israel is a grave one, but we know that journalism is under unreal attack. The world is blind to the human rights violations and even the ongoing war in Israel. AFP, in its long history of providing the utmost quality of news, sticking to the ethical and fair practices, will ensure that journalism is given justice. We support our fellow journalists in Al Jazeera, Haaretz, and Reuters, and are against the actions taken on them, as AFP believes that this is a violation of the right to speech. However, this does not mean that our reporters will be sharing only the negatives, as A, that will put our employees at risk, and B, this will go against our year-long policy. For these reasons, AFP, along with other agencies who have not been recognized by the government of Israel to be a threat or provocative and are considered safe, will work harder to report news as brutally honest as possible, keeping opinionated voices out for now. For now, our news sharing services are bought by multiple organizations like the New York Times, which is under the risk of having other visas taken in the ANI, along with multiple other agencies present in today's committee. AFP believes that this will help provide external pressure for the news agencies like Al Jazeera, Haaretz, and Reuters, and other at risk to restart the functionality in the regions and reinstate the faith of the readers in power and truthfulness of journalism. Thank you.
Thank you, Agents France. Would you mind sending me your speech if you have it written?
I would prefer that. Thank you, Chair.
Send it to me on WhatsApp. Okay, any points on the floor? Okay. Editor of Washington Post followed by editor of Acha, okay, never mind. I'll have to see now. Oh, shit. Fine, no, we'll give it. BBC, you don't want to ask a question?
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Editor of Washington Post followed by editor of Al Jazeera.
In your speech, you mentioned that you would be supporting Al Jazeera and Reuters. So will you be providing funding for them, or is there any other way that you'll be supporting them?
AFE is a non-profit organization that works solely on the basis of the sales of our products. Hence, AFE will not be able to provide funding. However, our news sharing services are available for any agencies to be bought by, and hence we will aid for any news agency that are not currently in Israel to be posting about the news and create credibility for themselves.
Al Jazeera would like to raise a point of inquiry. First of all, we would like to thank Agency France Press for your support, but we would also like to ask that given that Western countries have remained silent.
That's not a point of inquiry, just so you know.
Yeah.
And don't make statements in your points of information, please.
Noted. Given that Western countries have remained silent on this issue and are in turn supporting the Israeli government with what they're doing, how will you handle any interventions by the government in your support to Al Jazeera?
Chair, may I ask for clarification of question?
Yes, you may.
What government are you referring to? The France government or the Israeli government?
Sorry, I'm referring to the France government.
All right. Well, as I mentioned, we're a non-profit organization. We are not receiving any funding from the government, and also our sole basis through our almost to be 2 centuries of news reporting is to provide unbiased news. This is why we are we have such a large international outreach. For the same reasons, whether or not France complies with the Israeli actions, we are not any correlation with the France's connection with Israel.
Okay. Delegate, just one very small question. I won't mark it, but whatever you say will have an impact. Uh, is France supporting Israel in this war?
France and Israel have maintained a sort of bilateral relationship where it's all about give and take. However, in this war, France remains somewhat neutral.
And it hasn't used you as a mouthpiece to say anything?
It is not, because we've been providing information for both the Israel attacks on Gaza or other places in Palestine and vice versa.
Thank you. We have delegate of Washington Post. You may speak.
Can you share the timer? There is now a fear that journalists of Washington Post will not be given visas to enter the country for our safety. But the Israeli government has made UPI, Fox, PTI, and Xinhua to be exceptions to this rule. Closing of Reuters, Al Jazeera, and Haaretz show that the Israeli government is trying to ban media who are providing a non-biased opinion and going against them, thus undermining freedom of the press. We'll try to be present in Israel through online technology by taking help from the news agencies allowed to be there. Almost 17 reporters of Russia are already present on the Israeli grounds who will help us get information regarding the ongoing war. The editors at Washington Press will also be using our in-house automated storytelling technology, Heliograph, to sort through vast data sets in seconds, enabling journalists to unearth hidden patterns, trends, and insights. The funding for these projects will be provided by Xinhua, the Chinese press, and UPI. Interfax and Xinhua will also be trying to pressurize the Israeli government to allow the reporters of Washington Post, BBC, and New York Times to obtain visas so that we can be there for ground reporting. Since the Israeli government has not banned Washington Post officers and reporters, we hope that they will allow us to be present in the online form and publish news articles.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate, may I have your speech in written, please?
Yes, I'll send it to you.
Thank you. Any points on the floor? Okay. Agency France followed by Al Jazeera.
I would like to raise a point of information.
Mm-hmm.
The delegate mentioned raising funding from the Chinese government, or Xinhua. How do you think they'll receive that, considering China is both contains very strong relationships with both Israel and Palestine, and would like to take a more neutral approach?
Well, as I mentioned in my speech, Israeli government hasn't banned Washington reporters hasn't banned or tried to shut down the Washington Post offices. It has tried. There's a fear of Washington Post reporters not getting visas to enter the country for their safety. And as discussed in our onward, well, the Chinese government has graciously accepted to providing funding for these projects.
Thank you, delegate.
Al Jazeera.
I had the same point of inquiry.
I'll take one more POI. Does anyone want to raise a POI? No, Agency France, I can't give you one more. Let me see. BBC.
You can talk about the 17 Russian reporters that are in Israel right now. And since they're not controlled by Interfax, they are of no use to us. So could you please elaborate?
Well, as mentioned by Interfax, they said that they have 17 reporters there. And since we are not allowed to be there for ground reporting, because there's a fear that our visas will not be acknowledged for our safety, we will be partnering up with the reporters already present on Israeli grounds for getting information to publish our article.
Need to follow up?
Granted.
So the 17 reporters are not there from Interfax, but are there from Russia. So Interfax has no control over them and hence cannot provide support.
All right, well then, I'm sorry. As mentioned by Interfax, they said that they had 17 reporters from them, so that's why I've included in my.
Fine. Thank
But
you.
I think, can I just add one more thing?
Sure.
But I think this point, you should be taking up this point with Interfax. It's since it's them who have said that they have 17 reporters on the ground and can help others.
Right. Thank you, Delegate. Interfax, to what point do you raise your hand?
I would like to respond to Washington Post.
No, you may not. Who do we have next? Huh. We have Reuters next.
Can I begin? The challenge we face today is not just a concern for journalism, but a matter of fundamental human rights. The closure of Al Jazeera, Reuters, and Haaretz offices in Israel, and the potential restriction on visas for journalists have raised grave concerns about press freedom and the right to information. It is a situation that should alarm us all, not just as journalists, but as advocates for the principles that underpin our society. The closure of media outlets and the threat to restrictive visas for journalists have far-reaching implications. These actions are rooted in allegations of financial irregularities, provocative reporting, and false reporting. While these concerns are undoubtedly important and controversial, the response must be proportional and uphold the principles of democracy, transparency, and freedom of press. As a leading news agency, Reuters believes that any restrictions on journalism require thorough scrutiny, which is why Reuters would like to propose the following solutions. It would like to contact news agencies in Saudi Arabia, considering the strong ties that Saudi Arabia has with Israel, and use diplomats from Saudi Arabia to enter into negotiations with the Israeli government and reopen Reuters offices. Furthermore, Reuters will also be contacting local newsrooms in Israel to gather information on the current situation. It will make sure that these newsrooms are non-government funded and will verify the information that it has received from these newsrooms with its fact-checking AI that it has developed. Thank you.
Okay. Any points of information? Delegate of Haaretz, followed by followed by Delegate of Genoa.
Delegate, in your speech, you mentioned that you would be needing the help of Saudi Arabia, but as you know that Xinhua has also agreed through Xinhua, China has also agreed to provide funding to us for this for our operations. But do you do you know that in 1975 Saudi Arabia refused to recognize China as a country, and Saudi Arabia and China do not have good bilateral relations. So how do you propose that China and Saudi Arabia both work together to help with these operations?
I believe it is a time that calls for dire measures and dire situations. In such a time where the freedom of press is threatened, Reuters will actively ensure that there are negotiations between China and Saudi Arabia, that they can reach a middle ground and help us to reopen our offices, while making sure that agencies that have been denied a visa in Israel can receive one.
Thank you.
Okay. Delegate of Genoa.
Thank you, Chair. How do you plan to ensure that the fact-checking AI that your reporters will be using will be up to date with the information?
We will be, how will we ensure? Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. How do you plan to ensure that the fact-checking AI that you will be using is up to date with the current situation and the information?
First of all, we will be using that. We will be using that based on the information that we gather from the Saudi Arabian diplomats that we will be sending to Israel, and we will also be using that to verify information that we have received from the local newsrooms in Israel.
Thank you.
Delegate, I have a question for you. Not going to be marked. Can you specify which AI development are you talking about?
Reuters has recently built a fact-checking AI that to detect misinformation and promote the use and promote correct information. That is what I'm talking about.
Fine. Okay. Who do we have next? Pranavi? I can't see my.
We actually are supposed to give them a break at 2:30, or else we have UPI.
Okay. Okay, we will have a 15 minutes break. Just one thing all of you can do. If you want, you can start sending documentations. The floor is open for it. You can use these 15 minutes for that. If you want, you can discuss this in the committee right now, or you may go have your break. Your call.
Delegates, also please note, I'm sharing an official email ID on the meeting chat. All documentation is to be sent through that email only.
Delegates, please confirm if you have heard her or not.
Can you please repeat?
Right. I was saying that we have an official email ID that you're supposed to send all documentation to. So whenever you send a documentation on a piece of paper, send it on that email ID only.
Okay.
Noted.
Can you please send that email ID somewhere, like in the chat box or somewhere?
Delegates, please start joining back the session. Delegates, I've stated the format in the background guide. Anyways, delegates, please start joining back. We have a crisis update for you. Is there any secretariat member present? Delegates, please start joining back. And Pranavi, could you note down the crisis on chat while I'm saying it?
Yes, I'll do that.
Thank you. Genua, BBC, Reuters, Bloomberg, UPI. Reuters, Washington Post, Reuters and Washington Post, ABC Australia. Right. Yes. Sorry for that. So we have a crisis update for you. The CEO of Interfax has expressed his displeasure that the editor of Interfax said that the 17 reporters stationed in Israel will help the other media organizations. He says that he is concerned for his journalists and does not want them to die just because his editor wanted personal glory. Hence, the CEO has recalled those journalists and has put the editor on suspension. After that, the Qatari government, which was negotiating the release of Israeli hostages from the Hamas group, has now ceased its diplomatic intervention in the matter and has broken off diplomatic ties with Israel for the time being. The Israeli government, in response, has asked the Qatari government to lessen their diplomatic staff in their embassy. And to arrange the departure of its Al Jazeera journalists for their supposedly own safety due to the Israeli people's dissatisfaction of the media organization. Furthermore, please give me a minute. The French government has expressed its support for Israel and is no longer a neutral party. However, it has asked its French journalists to not go into such regions and has thus issued an advisory to them. Reports came out that the International Press Corps was planning to fund, had certain members who would fund the journalists present in Israel. Due to these reports, the Chinese government has reprimanded the editor of Xinhua and asked them that on what basis were those funding claims made, as the Communist Party did not suggest such measures. Pranavi, do not worry, I'll repeat it again. Another part of the crisis is that due to the usage of the heliograph by Washington Post, certain trends of civilian massacre have been noticed in the Hamas region. A pattern was observed wherein the Israeli government would send in soldiers to the hotels of certain media journalists at midnight and kidnap them to take them to a secluded location. The location is unknown. This has raised concern amongst the general public that the press corps committee is inefficient at investigating the gross human rights violations happening in Israel, and that the committee itself cannot protect its own interests. And they ask, if they can't protect their own interests, how will they protect the interests of the public? So we have a really bad verdict. Those who have given their speeches, you will not give your speeches in this round. Those who are left, you will be given time to form new speeches, and you will be recognized thereafter. The current motion will stands to be continued. Does anyone want any clarification?
May I?
Yes, you may.
For those who have already given speeches, will the crisis coverage plan cover the?
You'll have to change it according to this crisis.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes. Washington Post.
You mentioned civilian massacre happening because of the heliograph technology, because of the Washington Post. So, how did heliograph contribute in the civilian massacres?
That is something for you to know. They observed those patterns. They did not exactly tell you that such things were happening, but your reporters over there must have used it. And somehow, through using that technology, they found out that such patterns were observed in Hamas regions. Yes, Al Jazeera.
Please forward or type out the same in the WhatsApp group.
Yes. Those who haven't given their speeches, I give you time till 3-5. The rest, if you had any crisis coverage plans, you can. I do not mind you sending them on based on the old crisis. I do not mind that. But if you can make the changes, make the changes according to the current crisis.
Till when is the submission of the crisis coverage plan open?
No, I have not given a deadline as such. The floor is open. Give me at any time unless and until I say it's closed.
Okay.
Excuse me, Parliament. I want to raise a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
Can the executive board please send the prices in the
Yes, we are
chat?
sending that. We are sending that. Yes, Reuters.
You mentioned that there were massacres due to heliographs reporting, but like of journalists. But according to the information that you posted in the crisis, the Washington Post reporters are not even allowed to enter Israel. So, like these massacres.
You can assume that there were certain collaborations with the local media, and that there were still certain Washington Post journalists stationed. Fine. Yes, Washington Post.
So the journalists that are being kidnapped and massacred belong to Washington Post, or are
No,
they,
not specified. Yes, Haaretz and Al Jazeera.
I wanted to ask a point of parliamentary inquiry that since Haaretz was not mentioned in any part of the crisis coverage plan, the the editors that are being kidnapped, do they belong to Haaretz as well?
No, not specified. Al Jazeera.
Could you please clarify which editors have been suspended?
The editor of Interfax has been suspended.
Do they have a voice in the committee?
They still do because the company needs a representative. Yes. Please look into this Kenya amity. This is completely unacceptable. A random person is coming into the committee and saying all of this. I've been sent a direct message by him. I do not know why. Oh. Please leave. Yes, Interfax.
Honorable Chair, the reports that I submitted of the reporters were actually real. Like the 17 reporters are from the Russian government and 5 of them are from Interfax. I sent you a written like proof on WhatsApp.
I'll see that. And if there's any change in crisis, then it will come on the writing. Not right now, UPI. Let me send you all the crisis. Then we'll start.
Excuse me, maybe I would like to raise a point of parliamentary inquiry. Excuse me, I would like to raise a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, Agency France. I cannot hear you.
Wanted to raise a point of parliament inquiry.
Yes.
In the crisis, you mentioned that the French government has issued an advisory to pull out all French journalists out of the regions.
Not pull them out. It has just issued them an advisory that the region is unsafe. So don't
Okay.
go there if you can.
To the French journalists and not to the AFP.
You are a French company, aren't you?
Yes, we are, but I just wanted to know if it was to directly to the agency or to just generally all French
All
journalists.
French journalists.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Deutsche Welle.
I would like to raise parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
We haven't got the crisis yet in the chat or in the website.
Yes, it will come. It will come right now.
Thank you.
Al Jazeera. Same doubt.
Yes.
Okay. Acha, I don't think I must have forgotten to mention this. Okay. 1 minute.
Delegates, please note that I cannot post the crisis on the chat box since it is too long. I've posted it in the WhatsApp group.
Wait, Pranavi, can you make like, can you edit something in it?
I can, yes.
Just say that the editor of Genua is also suspended, and divide the paragraphs, like leave space between them so that it's easier for them to read. But those editors who have been suspended, you will be a representative in the committee because your company hasn't chosen anyone else as of yet. Another very small addition to the crisis. Pranavi, if you are there, please note it down if you can.
Hanji, I'm editing it.
Yes. The company of UTI has also reprimanded their editor, but have not suspended them. The editor is asked to not make such frivolous statements. That's it. The date as of now is 14th October.
I have edited the crisis.
Thank you. I think we have given sufficient time, 15 minutes we have given you. So we will start with the new round of speeches. Please, delegates, assemble in the committee.
Excuse me, Chair.
Mm-hmm.
With the recent update on UPI, I would request for a little bit more time because you just introduced the new update.
I have given that for you.
All right, thank you.
We'll put you in the last then. Who is
Alright,
next
thank
after UPI?
We have
Fox.
Fox.
Pranavi, can you take the session till then? After you're done editing. I'll recognize them for the POIs.
Hanji, I've edited it already on WhatsApp.
Acha, ho gaya na?
Hanji.
Acha, okay. Then can you take the session?
Hanji, I'll just join from my phone for the timer.
Yes. Okay. Till then, Fox, please be ready with your speech.
Excuse me, Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Can I shift till to the end because the text version was
You
not
cannot be shifted. No, not you. तुम्हारा बहुत पहले बता दिया गया. Whoever is the global press reporter, I'm sending it to you.
Right. Editor of Fox, are you ready?
Yes, sure. May the delegate begin.
Right.
Fox News have been allowed visas to enter Israel. For now, Fox can only try to report on a neutral stance for as long as it can on the current war, as chances of Israel government shutting down Fox News in Israel can only increase if we start to oppose. Part of our funds would be used to protect our journalists, so the breakage of reporting on the war will not occur. However, as Fox News is an independent media outlet owned by Fox Corporation, we would urge others to help with our fundings. If Fox News happens to gain more information about violations of press freedom or human rights in the region, it will be willing to share this information with relevant authorities and international organizations to ensure accountability. In addition, Fox News can also monitor and report on human rights violations, which may be less visible due to the restrictions on the press. Thank you.
Any points on the floor? I want cameras to be on. Xinhua, Haaretz, PTI, Sky News. I mean, does no one else have a question? Because then I'll just recognize the delegates, even despite the fact that they have gotten more recognition compared to others. I don't want to do that. No other delegate has a question. Yeah. Considering BBC followed by Interfax.
The editor of BBC would like to ask a POI to the delegate of Fox News.
Okay.
So you said that you're providing protection for your reporters, but since the Israeli government is sending out soldiers to the hotels they're currently staying at, how exactly do you stop soldiers of the Israeli government?
For now, we may the delegate respond to the POI.
Yes, I did. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. For now, Fox News has thought to use fundings to have a safe place for those journalists to rest. We would have it in a densely populated area so that if in case anything does happen to our journalists, there are chances for us to look through and look into how they got attacked.
Okay. Thank you.
Delegate of Interfax.
So basically, I wanted to ask the POI to Fox News. So you said that a part of the funds provided will be used in the protection of reporters that are present on the ground, right? So in respect to this particular crisis, where are you going to put the rest of the funds?
For now, Fox News, may the delegate respond.
Yes, you don't need to ask again and again.
Okay, sir. Um, for now, we won't be spending our funds so easily. We would be saving up for in case future circumstances force us into using our funds. I think that would answer your question.
Yeah, thank you.
To what point Washington Post and Reuters?
Point of information.
Point of information.
No. No. Keep your hands down. Delegate, who is next? Who is next?
We have Interfax.
Interfax.
A couple days ago, the Israeli Minister of Communication has announced that some of the most salient and crucial news agencies in Israel, stating Al Jazeera, Reuters, Haaretz, are for so-called dissenters on the grounds of provocative financial irregularities and false reporting, have been closed down. A good suggestion will be to seek succor from Jordan as a peace treaty called the Israel-Jordan Peace Treaty of 1994, which formally ended the state of war between the two countries. Interfax news agency steps in to help by the means of timely updates to the partnered country, comprehensive coverage. In addition to straight news reporting, Interfax will openly provide analysis and exert opinions in respect to the ongoing crisis, international perspective for those outside the region. Interfax offers insights into how a crisis might affect international relations, trade, and geopolitics. Interfax coverage can be valuable for organizations and governments seeking to assess risks and make informed decisions in the midst of a crisis. For media outlets, Interfax can serve as a reliable source of information that they can draw upon for their own reporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Interfax. Interfax, I did not ask you for the clarification of whether you had the reporters in the first place or not. I asked for the evidence, which I was asking, because I wanted to know whether Interfax was a state-owned agency.
Yeah,
It
so
isn't.
I can provide you the source for that also.
Give it to me because that is what I wanted.
All right.
Okay, points of information. Let us see. Agency France, followed by Washington Post.
Delegate, you've mentioned a lot of information that you'll be providing to companies that are not inside Israel, like insights and inside updates, and you're calling yourself a reliable source. However, you've just been reprimanded by your company for sending delegates to die because of personal glory. How do you plan on sending this information if you cannot be trusted with this?
I request to repeat the question.
You have mentioned a lot of things when you say that you will be providing information outside Israel, but how can you do that if one, you don't have any reporters, anyone inside, because your company has just reprimanded you for
Yeah,
sending in
so
people to
basically,
die.
Interfax is having 5 news reporters and 17 reporters from Russia, and 5 are from Interfax itself.
Noted, Delegate.
Washington Post.
Yes. Delegate, you mentioned the Israel-Jordan peace treaty, but how is that relevant to the agenda?
Like Jordan is a neighboring country to Israel, right? And they signed a treaty in 1994 to end all the formal wars between them. So, in my opinion, it would be a good idea to seek help from Jordan.
Permission to follow up.
Granted.
Why do you think Jordan will help Interfax, a Russian news agency?
It was a suggestion, like we are not asking for the help. We are giving suggestions to Israel to ask for help from Jordan, not to Interfax.
All right.
I wanted to say this after all the speeches were done, but because I don't want to be unfair to the delegates who have already spoken. But I feel I should say this. I do not understand why many of you are focusing on foreign policy and thinking that as media organizations you have influence over government policy. You are called the press corps for a reason. You are the fourth estate. I do not understand why and how is it coming into your minds that you can influence government decisions? It's not possible in the manner you are doing it right now. Media does influence decisions, but the way you are speaking, it feels as if you are part of that government in a coalition or something, and that's frankly not possible. So please keep that in mind. There were certain I feel like majority of the delegates went in that direction. That is why I gave the crisis in such a manner. Still, if it keeps on happening, then it's a question for you to answer that why are you doing this to yourself?
Hi Aditya.
Yeah, hi Arman.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just had to ask you, is Pranavi here?
Yes, she is.
Yes, I am.
All right, Pranavi, I was just trying to contact you. Please do call me. Aditya, is it possible to excuse Pranavi for about 15-20 minutes from
Sure, sure.
There's just some secretariat work that we need to take care of. It's just a
Right.
report that we need from her.
Complete. Fine.
All right. Thank you so much. Pranavi, please, I'll just call you. Please pick up the phone. Thank you so much. You may continue.
Okay. We haven't recognized POIs for you, have we, Interfax? Acha, we did recognize you. To what point, Interfax? Keep your hand down. The next person we have in the list is Deutschwell.
Leslie, can I have the timer?
Okay. I'll have to screen share, I think. But I can't screen share this. So I'll have to do it. Delegate, do you have a phone with you?
I do have a laptop with me. I can start the timer in my laptop
No,
itself.
it's fine. I just need to make sure that none of you see my screen as much. How do I screen share? Okay, screen share. Okay. Your time, this one, starts now.
As we all know, the Israeli Minister of Communications announced to the press the closure of Al Jazeera, Reuters, and Haater's offices. It is a situation that worries everyone, but notably the journalists themselves. Deutsche Welle has been the only remaining broadcasting corporation under the federal law of Germany. DW will be reporting and can assist in demonstrating the economic repercussions, but because our mission is to provide unbiased information for open minds, we will stay neutral and not report on ground. In addition, Germany, which supports Israel economically and is an ally, will stay loyal to its partnership and its ally with Israel, and now will not be funding Al Jazeera anymore, as they stated in their speech. When it comes to public interest, DW will focus on reporting through the information provided by Israeli government and will also focus on Israel's point of view along with happenings of the other crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Deutschwell. Okay, any points of information? All of you can only see this timer screen, I hope. Nothing else apart from it.
Yes.
Very nice.
Yes.
Okay. Agency France followed by Fox News. Yes.
Delegate, do you have anything to say about the current acts of violence against the journalists, like the soldiers attacking hotels and kidnapping them?
Since Germany doesn't really play a part in this, doesn't play a role in this, Germany don't have anything. DW doesn't have anything to plan that.
All right, Delegate.
Fox, you may speak.
Thank you, Chair. As DW mentioned, they believe in unbiased information. Would DW support Fox News and would it fund for unbiased information?
EB, can I ask for specification for the question?
You can.
Fox delegate editor, what exactly are you trying to mention here when you are mentioning funding?
When I mentioned funding in general for the protection of journalists.
As I stated in my speech, Germany and DW, we will stay neutral and we will not report on ground. And since we are partners with Israel and allies, we will stay neutral and we'll only report regarding the information that is provided by Israeli government, and we are not focusing on funding anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next, we have Bloomberg, followed by Associated Press.
All right.
I'll start the timer.
Yes.
And start.
Israeli government banning and curbing the freedom of press has raised various concerns. The denying of freedom of press, in Bloomberg's view, is unethical. In Bloomberg's view, such actions threaten the fundamental rights and democratic principles to a very great extent, which should not be practiced. The steps taken by Israeli Minister of Communications of shutting down offices of Al Jazeera, Haaretz, and Reuters were said to be enforced as the news organizations were reporting fake and false information. But Israel has not provided any proof supporting these facts. If Israel has any reasons for banning the leading news organization, why haven't they been shared? And what can be worse than kidnapping journalists who were working for spreading of the right information? Bloomberg supports the need of investigative journalism and acknowledges the need reporters to be present in a conflict-struck area. Hence, the Western governments should try and negotiate with the Israeli government, as functioning of fourth estate is paramount during these crises. Thank you.
Yes. Points on the floor. So sorry. Now I have to open the recognition sheet. All of you can only see this screen, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Only this, nothing else apart from it.
No.
Just want to make sure. I hope none of you are collaborating with each other to see the mark sheet.
No, nothing else is visible.
Nothing else is visible, right? I just want to be really sure. I don't want to inadvertently show anything.
Nothing else.
Fox followed by Reuters.
Thank you, Chair. My question for the delegate of Bloomberg is, would Bloomberg send in their own journalists? And if so, how could Bloomberg protect them?
Right. So Bloomberg in these tough situations would normally try to send their journalists. However, we would arrange funds for protection, and if matters get worse, we won't have any choice. We cannot put our journalists into a very severe danger.
May the delegate ask for a point of follow-up?
No. Reuters.
All right. So, delegate, in your speech, you mentioned that you were severely, that you were in horror of the actions that the Minister of Communications of Israel had taken to shut down various news offices. And you also mentioned that you were currently in talks with governments. So, other than being in talks with governments, what steps are you taking to de-escalate the situation and the persecution of journalists in Israel?
Right. So the journalists that are present in Israel from the Bloomberg side, we right now are other than taking information from trusted sources, we also are trying to spread the right information. We are promoting this, but for us, the journalists and the security also matters.
Thank you, Delegate. To what point Washington Post and AFP?
Information.
For both of you are raising it for points of information. Well, you are not granted. Next up, we have Associated Press.
Yeah. Can I start?
Okay. Start.
Israeli government have banned the journalist, kill journalist, or means ban the rights of the journalist. So, as per of Article 19, express grave concern about the current events and urge the Israeli government and security forces to uphold their obligation to protect journalists and all media professionals during armed and unarmed conflicts, ensuring the safety of journalists in the field of vitals, ensuring the continued flow of information, and to upholding the rights of freedom expression. Or we can also negotiate with the Egyptian journalists, because these two are the balance to each other. And because the Egyptian journalists gathered at the headquarters of the journalist syndicate Cairo on Wednesday in support of Palestinians amid the ongoing Israeli occupation aggressions against the civilization in the Gaza Strip.
That's it. Thank you, Delegate. Delegate, can you just repeat a point for me? You mentioned an article. Which article did you mention?
It was Article 19
of
Article 19 of Israel Constitution, that it expressed gave the concern about the current events urged by Israeli government and security force uphold the obligation.
Why did you mention that article is what I'm asking.
Because of the there should be the rights of the journalist or the citizen of the country. So if the rights are means if their rights are violated, so we can also
Got it. Points of information. Have to check. BBC, how many questions have you asked up till date?
I'm sorry, I haven't kept account.
Okay, no, it's okay, it's fine. I just wanted to save time, but in today, do you remember how many questions you asked today?
No, I think it was around
2,
4, 5.
I think you asked only 2-3 questions.
One here. I asked one here, 2 in the previous one.
I have count of 2 questions and then 1 here, then will be 3.
Okay, fine. Because I have only 2 in my list, so just wanted to confirm. Yes. Anyways, we'll recognize Haaretz followed by Deutschwell. Editor of Haaretz.
The editor of Haaretz would like to state a point of order for the delegate of Associated Press.
Okay.
While clarification with the chair, the delegate of Associated Press said that he had quoted the Article 19 of the Israeli Constitution, but the Article 19 of the Israeli constitution says that every citizen of the state of Israel has the right, either individually or in association with others, to petition the president, the government, the chamber of deputies, or any other public authority for the redress of grievances or for the enactment of legislation.
Fine. Delegate of, sorry, Associated Press. Do you want to say something in regards to that? Associated Press.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Do you wish to say something in regards to that?
No, but I by mistake we said that it is a constitution, but it was the example I've taken that Israeli government. It was written, that's why.
Fine. The point is in order. But don't worry. Point of orders will not be marked as highly, but it's in order.
Chair, do you need do you need a like the link or the
Yes.
proof for this?
Send me a screenshot.
Okay.
When you raise a point of order, I will probably include it in addition to the marks I'm giving in your research.
Okay, so I should send it to your WhatsApp number?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
The editor of Deutsche Welle would like to raise a POI to Associated Press.
Okay, and Harits did not have, so we'll give the POI to another POI to, like after you. We'll give it to Reuters.
EB shall ask my POI.
Yes, you can. You can.
Thank you. My question to the delegate, to the editor of Associated Press was that in your speech you mentioned that Egyptian reporters will be negotiating with you. How are you so sure about it that they will be they will be up for working with you and providing you with the reports?
As per, I have already said that the Egyptian journalists gather at a is gathered, and also for the Palestinians and ongoing the Israeli occupations against the civilians in Gaza Strip. Also, they were also means they were against the Israeli acts, so they also they supported the Palestinians, and also you can say that.
EB right to follow up?
No, not granted. Reuters.
Yes, so delegate, in your speech, you mentioned that you would try to convince Israel of its democratic principles and the articles. So how would you as a news site try to convince a government that is clearly committing some very undemocratic actions to adhere to its constitution?
Can you repeat? I can't understand what it is.
My POI is, how will you as a news agency convince the Israeli government, which is obviously committing undemocratic actions, to adhere to its constitution?
I can't understand the question.
That's fine. That's fine. It's okay.
I can't understand the question.
You won't be negatively marked for it. You will get the marks for asking the POI. Next up, we have, where is the list? Okay. Xinhua followed by ABC.
Should I start?
Yes, start.
Israel Minister of Communications announced to the press the closure of Al Jazeera, Reuters, and Haaretz offices on the basis of financial irregularities, provocative, and false reporting. We condemn the loss of journalistic integrity and freedom in Israel. Xinhua regrets not being able to provide funding at the moment, and we support this decision. Since Xinhua, PTI, and UPT and Fox News are not under the Israeli government's radar, we will be taking a neutral approach, and we will still be publishing any updates from the Israeli governments on the situation to the public. This information may or may not be censored by the Israeli government. We wish to solve the crisis diplomatically and responsibly.
Thank you, Delegate. Bloomberg followed by Bloomberg followed by is there any other delegate? No, there isn't. Acha, Al Jazeera. Okay. Bloomberg followed by Al Jazeera.
All right. So the editor of Bloomberg would like to ask the editor of Xinhua that in your speech you said that you would be depending on the facts and you would be spreading the facts shared by Israeli government. How would you make sure that these facts are real or they aren't biased? Because if you share those facts which are not real, which are fake, that would lead to circulation of mis and disinformation.
We will fact check everything or any bit of information that we receive from the Israeli government to ensure that the information is not fake, and we will conduct our own research beforehand.
Need to follow up?
Not granted. Al Jazeera.
I want to raise a point of inquiry and ask that how will you ensure credibility looking that your government just suspended you? And how are you sure that that your CEO just suspended you and your government has reprimanded you? How are you sure that your whole the Xinhua will not be shut down if you take any further steps towards credibility?
We will try to do what is best for the current situation, and we will ensure that whatever information or sources that we have are credible and they don't cause any sort of misinformation among the people.
Okay. Delegate, just a clarification I wanted from you. Uh, did you say anything about regret? Can you repeat that statement?
Yes, just a second. Xinhua regrets not being able to provide funding at the moment.
After that, what did you say?
And we support this decision.
Support what decision? Not being able to provide funding?
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. We have ABC News next. No other points of information.
Maybe I would like to raise a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Oh, okay. Point, Washington followed by Deutsche Welle.
In her speech, she mentioned Fox, PTI, and UPT, but I think it's UPI, United Press International.
That's fine. That's fine. Deutsche Welle.
I wanted to ask that till what time are we allowed to share our crisis coverage plan? Is there any time?
As long as I say that the floor isn't closed.
Okay, thank you.
The secretariat is supposed to come back for feedback at 4:45. And by that time, I want documentation. So after this round of speeches, if you guys want, you can have an unmod. And in that unmod, you can sit and form the documentations if you wish to, or you can write it individually. Al Jazeera, can you repeat me your POI just once more?
I asked how will Xinhua make sure that they are not shut down again by the government, since they were just reprimanded and the CEO just fired the editor, if they work towards credibility, that is.
Okay. Next up we have ABC News. Is ABC News present in the committee? ABC Australia. ABC Australia, are you there in the committee? ABC Australia. Fine. New York Times followed by UPI.
Could I possibly withdraw from speaking?
Why, delegate?
I do not feel like I have enough information to talk about it.
You do know that you are whatever arguments you give will be in the realm of logic. So if you use basic logic, then maybe you will be able to create a speech. Do you still want to try, delegate? Because then you won't get marked.
I would not like to try.
Fine. UPI.
Yes. Should I start?
Just a second. Do you need me to share the timer? Or is that fine?
I have it shared.
Right.
And start.
With the current crisis in hand, UPI owned by News World Communication, which is to provide areas of refuge for journalists of Fox, PTI, and other displaced journalists. The resources of refugee centers will be funded by US government, which is already providing Israel with military and political aid. UPI would be publishing Israel supportive articles. However, we believe that massacre of free speech is the death of humanity. Hence, the support of the stance of investigative journalism would be we would be publishing articles to show the actuality of the situation and the story of both sides. The platform hence will still be used to spread the truth. We also invite IMF and UN to provide UPI with monetary aid so that it can provide aid and resources to its reporters and the shutdown companies in Israel.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, delegate of UPI. Any questions, points of information? Pranavi, how much recognition have we given to Al Jazeera and Agency France?
I'll just check that.
Because I feel all of them have been given equal recognition. I don't know which one has more.
Al Jazeera. Okay, and the
Agency France.
Agency France has less amount of recognition.
How much? How many times has he been recognized?
I don't think we've added today. So yesterday, I don't think he was recognized.
So you must have noted it, na? You must have
अच्छा, ओ,
noted.
हाँ जी,
हाँ,
हाँ
उसमें
जी.
से देख लो.
Three times today, Agency France was recognized, and Al Jazeera uncounted.
According to mine,
Oh.
it was 4 times. 4 times.
Acha, also I was not there. Right.
You are not. Yesterday.
Al Jazeera is 2 according to my count.
Then Al Jazeera followed by Al Jazeera followed by BBC.
I would like to, Al Jazeera would like to raise a point of inquiry.
Mm-hmm.
That is, how would UPI use or put to use the reporters that are allowed into Israel for credible news reporting for the readers around the world? Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, sure. Like I said in my speech, we believe that massacre of free speech is the death of humanity. So UPI would definitely be taking under consideration both stances, that is Israel, as well as the media houses that have been shut down. And we would be spreading the truth, and this would be done by ground reporting and taking in insights from each of the media houses. And we would also simultaneously be gathering data of the past to support whether or not the allegations by Israel are true or not.
Delegate of BBC.
So my question is, you said that the US can fund the journalists for a place to stay, etc. But how can you be so sure upon that? Because last time the UPI wasn't able to provide the funds to us.
Last time while UPI was providing funds, we were independently financing the news houses, and right now we are under the support from the government, US government, which is already supporting Israel via providing military as well as political aid. So we are pretty confident that the government would be willing to help us in providing refugees to the reporters of our own country and the others.
Okay.
To what point Deutsche and Reuters and Al Jazeera?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Can the delegate of UPI repeat that point where she stated, was it UN or US? They're asking. UN. Okay.
The United Nations or the United States UPI?
United Nations, UN.
EB, can I raise a point of order on BBC's statement?
Sure. No, not to BBC statement. No.
Okay.
Reuters,
Information, point of information.
not granted. Al Jazeera,
Point of information.
not granted. A question from my side to the editor of UPI, not going to be marked. Okay. May I see the editor? I can't see her on my screen. Okay. So, the editor, I just want to ask, do you love your job, ma'am?
Yes.
Are you very affectionate towards your job?
Yes.
Then why, ma'am, I ask you, would you go on to say that the World Bank and the IMF, two massive international institutions, will be funding specifically your company without even the meeting of your company's board members?
We would be asking them for aid. Right now, we haven't justified that, yes, for sure.
But why would an international banking institution, which provides funds to countries ravaging through war, provide funds to a company, US company, which probably profits in millions?
Right now, my company is not willing to provide funds solely on that basis, but it can ask banks, because Israel is currently facing war and UPI is just gonna be, providing an
But
aid.
ma'am, will the IMF prefer to fund a country which is ravaging through war, or will it give aids to a country where the companies profiting in millions, and they can send the journalists themselves as an individual private company in another country, which is
I
not?
still feel that asking them for aid wouldn't harm that much.
I think you can question the security of your job as well, ma'am. So the speeches for this round stands suspended. We do not have any list of more speakers anymore. Now I'll be up for motions. Delegates who wish to raise a motion, please raise your hands. delegate of Reuters, followed by delegate of Al Jazeera, followed by BBC.
I would like to raise the motion for an unmoderated caucus of 30 minutes.
Okay. Unmod 30 minutes. Delegates who are for the motion, please raise your hands. And I beg of you, please do not keep your hands down just because you wanted to give the motion, but someone else gave it. But you had the same motion. So that should not be the case. Delegates who are for the motion, please raise your hands. What is the effective strength? 18 to 8 we would need. 5, 10. No. 5, 8. Exactly 8. Exactly 8 delegates. I am asking again, delegates who are for the motion. 9. The motion passes. 10. The motion passes. We are now in an unmod of 30 minutes. One would expect to see a document from the committee at the end of this unmod, which will be assessed. Please make sure that the document is sensible and it adheres to whatever advice I have given in the background guide or any advice I have given personally to the committee. We are now in an unmod 30 minutes. You all, I'll assign you the break. You can all join the breakout room if you wish.
I would like to raise a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, you may.
How much time do you have till the session ends?
4:45, the secretariat is supposed to come for feedback, and then I think mm, I'm just seeing the schedule. Till 5:15 to 5:30, we are supposed to have a break. 4:45, the secretariat will come. So you'll have still a bit of time, half an hour after that. So 5:30, you are all supposed to leave the meeting. You're supposed to leave the meeting at 5:30, Al Jazeera.
All right, noted.
Unmod, and you can all join the breakout room. Pranavi will also join. So will I, because I want to see. Just wanted to ask the AIS Vasundhara reporter, do you need me to send you to that breakout room?
Hi. So we are actually the teachers who needs to just take some screenshots and record some meaningful events. So if you think that there'll be some significant things are happening, so please let us be there in the breakout room as well.
Okay, okay. Then I'll assign you the breakout room.
Okay, thank you.
Pranavi, did you write the report?
I did.
Acha, you sent it. You sent it. I failed to remember. But there were spelling mistakes.
No, there weren't.
There were spelling mistakes.
There was just the cobs ka spelling mistake. That was because I was hurrying.
I genuinely felt that it was because of your phone. I genuinely felt that. But let's join the meeting. Acha, we can't say this over here. I'll text it to you. I'll text it to you.
AFP has a lot of AI integration. Does it?
We do in the sense that, I mean, yeah, sure, we can take it for the reporting, but yeah.
All right. This is it? Or are you typing again?
This one, this one.
Okay. All right. What should I add this under? Crisis messaging, media relations, stakeholder response protocol, risk assessment. Or should I make another separate for AI?
No, I think we can add it. Just remove the visa support for journalists and just make it support for journalists. It's specific. Please ensure that Zeno isn't mentioned in any of the in the whole plan because none of our agencies.
All right, but DW is mentioned.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Once you've edited the document, just send it out.
Sending it to you. Check.
Pranavi, it's 5:25. If you could quickly check at what time we're going to end the committee.
Yes, ma'am, I've just contacted him. I'm asking, yes. So delegate of Asian France and Al Jazeera, you may leave and join the cultural fest zone. The other block, I assure you, the other block will also be dispersed in another minute. So you're not losing on to any time. Thank you. Please join the cultural fest. Do you need me to put the link in the chat box?
Yes, please.
I'll put that. Yeah. Right. The link to the cultural box is now in the chat box. You may join that. Thank you.
तान्या मैम, स्टूडेंट्स कैन डिस्पर्स, आप भी अब जा सकती हैं, खत्म हो गई मीटिंग, मैंने उनको भेज दिया उधर.
ठीक है, thank you Aditya.
Thank you, ma'am.
So host from the Amit University, sir, we can end this meeting now.